Hello, chat. Hello. So things happened. Today we're going to be playing Stanley Parable. It's supposed to be the general game day on Wednesdays, but because the Sea of Thieves Community Day is on, I believe, Saturday, we're moving Variety Day to today and Sea of Thieves to Saturday, so that we can stream on the Community Day. So we're going to be doing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe today. And now, I've tried to stay blind to this. I've seen original Stanley Parable, but I don't know exactly what the deal is with Ultra Deluxe. If it's like a remake, a remaster. I believe there's some new content been added, but I don't know what it is. I've tried to stay blind to it. So we're gonna hop right in. Oops, that's not. And that should do. There we go. Now you can see the game. So, completely new save. I didn't actually play the original, I only watched it. And it's been a very long time.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
427.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Simple enough.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to
very
push,
barren room.
how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Exactly for the job.
Stanley was happy.
Oh, that's nice. At least Stanley's happy.
And
Well,
then
that's
one
nice,
day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had
Not
arrived on the
one?
monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him
Unprecedented.
instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
No one said
Never
hi
in
to
all
Stan.
his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
I mean,
frozen
everyone's a side of
solid,
Stanley, right?
Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Yep,
But as he
unable to
came to
move.
his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Definitely. Oh, that's a little fast. Boop. And a boop. That's still a little fast, but whatever. Oh, I'm zooming. Alright. What if I just, like, go back to work?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself,
stay
is to
and wait for orders.
Nothing
I'm
will
sure they'll
hurt
come.
me. Nothing will break me.
Nothing.
In here I can be happy forever.
Yep.
I will be happy.
Yep, happy.
Stanley
happy,
waited.
Stanley.
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by?
It's
he
been
no
like
longer
5
had the
seconds.
ability to tell. But the one thing
There's
he
a
knew
clock.
for sure, beyond
tell.
any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Definitely.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Definitely.
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do.
Yeah, if only there was someone who could tell me what to do.
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Seconds are still passing.
Here it comes.
You're right. That's how time works. Oh. Oh. Well, we did it. We beat the game. No, I'm kidding. I guess we must go. Unless, what happens if I do it again?
But Stanley simply
he just
couldn't
says the same
handle
thing.
the
Oh,
pressure.
I'm locked in.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
No.
He had never been trained for that.
Mistakes
No.
have been made.
This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself,
I'm
is to
not
wait.
allowed to leave.
Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy.
Forever and ever and ever.
I will be happy.
I'm
Stanley
locked
waited.
in.
Hours passed.
I'm
then
locked.
days.
Sir, I'm
Had
locked in.
years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Sir?
Eventually, someday,
I'm
they
locked
would
in.
arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end.
I locked the door and I don't know how to unlock.
He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit
Yep,
closer.
just a little bit.
Now it's even
We're off
closer.
to a great start.
Here it comes.
Okay, let's not lock ourselves in for like the 3rd time. Okay, this time we'll actually go. I can't lock myself out though. And then go in the cupboard. I cannot go in the cupboard. Maybe this is someone else's workstation. It has a number. Maybe it's not a cupboard. We have a big window. And a painting of what I think is a plant? I don't know, that's fucking with my image.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
be?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But what if, right?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The void, TM. Can I, like, sneakily get up here or something? Oh, I can. Oh, hold on. There's no crouchman, is there? No. However, I did fall into the void. Hello,
At first,
Havoc.
Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all
Yep, part of the
along.
game.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary.
Wow, such
into the
insightful
nature
and
of
witty
video
commentary
game
into the
structure
nature of video game
and its
structure
examination
of structural narrative tropes.
So, now that you're
This is
here,
the
what do you
remake,
think?
the Ultra
Isn't
Deluxe
this a
version.
fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink
Yeah,
it
look,
all
there's
in?
a window, there's a white void.
Okay, I'm over it now.
Right?
What do you
I'm
think?
not.
Are you sick of this gag yet?
Not yet, no.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly
Probably,
different?
would have probably gone
Would
back
I
to the
have
start.
taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
Maybe.
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole
Nah.
gag takes some time.
Clearly.
What if the other option is even longer?
It could
How
be.
long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones.
I'm lucky,
Though
apparently.
if the other option is really miserable to listen to,
It could
then
be,
perhaps you're
you're right.
not.
Maybe I'm
In
not.
fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
I'm not the
Well
lucky
now,
one.
I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
So, I mean, I have to come back now. He said all that, I have to now. How do I even leave? Well, I don't know how to leave. Do I have to go to, like, restart? I'm stuck. How do I even get back? Do I have to go back to the title screen? And yeah, you never know, it might just be. Yeah, do I have to go begin the game again? Okay, there's a dedicated button for it. Just close the door after me.
All of his co-workers were gone.
It might just be like
Stanley decided to
nothing,
go
but
to the
now that
meeting
he
room.
said all
Perhaps
that, I
he'd
have
simply
to
missed the
find
memo.
out, don't I?
No matter how hard
just
Stanley
not.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Well, time to do this again.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Definitely.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary
Wow,
into
such
the nature
insightful
of
and witty
video game
commentary.
structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I mean, you
Why
hyped
don't
it
we
up
take
quite a lot,
minute
yeah,
just to
so-
drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes, but only so I can see the yes answer.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want.
See, that would have
Like
been helpful to
right
tell me the last
now.
time.
You could have done it just then.
Could have.
Now would also be an appropriate time
It
to
would.
quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate.
They are.
I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible
so it
and
is
see
miserable.
how long you can maintain.
Oh, well, now this is a challenge. Oh, hell yeah, we're vibing.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly.
Very man.
But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
How unfortunate.
What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain
This is a
had long
jammer.
ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
I mean, he's not bad. He has musical talent. I thought he said he was going to make this miserable, but I'm enjoying it. Just gonna stare into the void while he sings to us. How long will it keep going, do you think? I mean, it could literally just be an infinite loop. It could just keep looping the music forever. I mean, that's true. Alright, let's play I Spy. I spy with my little eye something beginning with V. Can you guess what it is? Close but not quite. Try again. Oh, it got started. It's not an infinite loop. No, it's not that either. He stopped singing and playing the ukulele, I think. Well, now it's really a void. That was the word. He's gone. He left. Will he say anything if we just wait in silence for a while? I mean, I'm half tempted to just like load up chess or something and overlay it over the game just while we wait. Any day now. Something's gonna happen. One of these days. Any minute. Yep, but what's he gonna say? Will he say anything? Maybe this is all just an existential question about how long we're willing to wait and avoid for some sort of answer in a meaningless existence. Or maybe we're just waiting for the narrator to say something. Who can say? Maybe. You never know. I'm starting to get the feeling he's not coming back. Just like my dad. He went out for milk. And he never came back. Yeah, and then he went on a vacation around the entire world with the milk. The end. I don't like the implication of this. Is this the secret ending? We just drowned in milk? And then this is like eternal purgatory in milk hell? let's maybe not call it the Moid. Okay, I'm getting bored. I am getting a bit bored. And I don't think he's coming back. I'll give him 30 seconds. And that's 30. Well, he never came back. Rip. Bye-bye, narrator.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
I'm not sure. What if the
How is
computer's
that
just
possible?
broke?
They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
You know, maybe we should go check. Oh. Well, we can't check, so No secret doors. Can't close that one after. Okay, I'm just worrying I'm gonna get locked in. Hey, it's like identical. Nah, just borrowing work stuff. Unless. Oh, that actually did things. Where is stuff, oh, honey? There it is. Found it. It's locked. Well, this is a disappointment. It's even got a plant next to it. Look, it's. Maybe that's where my coworkers are. Waiting input. Alright. Do I have to go like restart the game a bunch of times and interact with this each time? I feel like I have to. Well, now I have to try it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Did this always turn left? I thought it turned right last time. Trippy. Oh, there's no more waiting input. Oh, I didn't actually read that. There's something about access. Oh, there. There's two. Okay. We go again. Finding secrets.
How wonderful.
Stanley
was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself.
I was not
This is
thinking
what
that,
I've
but that
wanted
works
all
too.
along. I got what I wanted.
Did I? Well, as long as Stanley's happy. What did the mug say? I like my work. Just hate my boss. That says smile?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, this is definitely right this time and not left. Well, I'm tripping. Are we in like alternate universes every time that we restart? Surname access. That's not a surname. Can't really read that very well. I wish I could crouch. Oh, I can crouch. Oh, that makes things easy. No, it doesn't. I still can't see anything. None of the computers have the thing. I'll turn this off to it. No. What about the other room? Nope. That person didn't even get a computer. Suspicious. Need to keep an eye out for the monitor again. Looking on the other side. I can't tell what this one says. Only EL, and I think that's E. I pick up the cup. I'm apparently click-clacking on there. Oh, you can't get your first achievement. It's delayed. Wait a sec. Hallway. No hallway. This does not make sense. Sales in this quarter. No. Projections? Interesting. Oh, I have a choice.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
can't close the doors. Well, right it is.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yep, that's definitely it. I feel like there's just secrets hidden everywhere. That's a pretty weird one. Door on this side, door on that side. Massive windows on both sides. Weird room.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yes, drinking. That's a thing that I do, as an android. Definitely.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Very.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Oh, well, that's a
It's
shame.
possible that this is why everyone left.
Maybe I just want to chill, dude. You ever think of that? This is the employee lounge. What if I want to lounge? This is what this place is for. That's not creepy.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yeah. So, whenever that wants to happen. Maybe this is all a simulation. I make clicky noises in the air, like I'm clicking a keyboard, while I click my keyboard. Okay, fine, I get your message.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room.
Was
and took the
amazing.
first open door on his left to get back to business.
First open door on my left. First open door on my left. Oh, this is an open door and it seems to be on my left.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I don't need to follow directions, I just need to press buttons. That's it. That's my whole job. I don't need to go places. What does the sign say? That's against the laws of robotics. I'm not allowed to do that. But was I lying when I said that? I need a swipey swipe. Well, now I have to try it. Even if it gives me a $6,000 fine. Whatever. Let me up. Let me up. I can't jump. This looks perfectly climbable. They made this specifically so you'd think you can jump over the fence, but you can't jump. That's just sad. Grant access for trained employees only. Climb at your own risk. How do I climb? Ah, maybe the chair? Can I climb the chair? I can't climb the chair.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and
No, there's no
one gets
jump
to
there.
tell him what to
I
do,
even got an achievement for
Stanley
you
leapt
can't
from the
jump.
platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Very powerful. I want to see if there's another
All of his
enter
co-workers were
button
gone.
thing.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace
No, I
of
didn't
his
jump.
co-workers.
I just like slide up. It's raining, so I'm kind of tempted to go back in the void and see what the rain's all about. Look, you can climb the chair without actually jumping. It's raining, so now I have to go back in the void. It stopped raining.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration.
Well, I don't think there's another option. And the rain disappeared.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Give me the input code then. Sign access.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yep.
Wow.
Lovely room. Wow.
Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. What a but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
First one on my left. First up and down my left. Look at this room.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Well.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I never said you were.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
I don't know, I've been spending a lot of time waiting for you to say things, seeing what you have to say.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her? Who's her? Don't scare me like this. I can clip this, but not all the way.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Redeem
to put
myself?
your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Who is this?
She's been waiting.
Contain narration. You don't say. Well, I've already been in one void. Might as well go in another. Huh?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What if I don't? Oh. Hey, but what if I don't?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Yes.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that?
I went over to the
you
plug and I pressed E.
chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible.
I'm an expert at doing that.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
I'm really good
None
at
of these
breaking
decisions
things.
were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Yeah. Well, debatable.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
That sounds
Please
good. Let's do a
observe this
PSA.
helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used
Am I a
incorrectly,
real
can also
person?
be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could
He's
invent a machine
hypothetical.
that
How's he a
eliminates
real
food
person?
shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
That
Which
sounds pretty
choice
good.
would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform
5.
to rational logic. If you find
Bitch,
yourself
even
speaking with a
better.
person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30?
My
I'm
goodness,
supposed to
is
be
it
having a
4:30? I'm
back
supposed to be
sack
having
and
a
crack."
back sack and crack. I don't know what that means.
Excellent.
It sounds dirty.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do
At
you
least
make
8?
more
That's
than 8?
too many choices
Less?
for me. No,
And
thank
finally,
you. No,
if you
no,
begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome
Oh,
back.
there's things in here
You may
now.
have
It seems
noticed
pretty
that this
broken.
room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
You don't
But not
say.
to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have
shadows are
been.
moving.
This way, please.
I was meant to pick up the phone, right? That seems like the correct choice. Honestly, you're not wrong. This is pretty... Well, there's not enough, like, pink and black squares. Okay. Let me go this way. Nope, can't go that way.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful,
put a
we
safety
can't have you
on.
jumping off the
I can't
platform
jump.
and dying. Imagine the main
Damn it,
character
he
dying
knows me
senselessly
too well. I was
halfway
gonna
through the
jump.
story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Wondering if I can debate it. I can't debate it. Well, that's a shame. Did he lock it? Of course he locked it. Didn't you want me to go through a door over there? Whatever.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
They knew I'd try to get through the lockdown. That's brighter than it was before.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That
Exactly
means
as
choosing
Stanley would.
responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm
Right,
quite sure you'll
right.
be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
They're not
he
open.
entered the door on his left.
This is loud.
No!
Definitely.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Even the audio is gone buggy. Okay, okay, I'll try again, I'll try again. It doesn't want me to go again. Fine. Okay, but what if now I go back? No. I'll just have to break things in the future.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work.
Get
Why?
Chris
For
out of the
what?
broom closet.
What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I...
These chairs look
No, I have
perfectly
to.
positioned to
I
climb
have to
up,
shut the
but I
game
can't
down.
jump.
I have to. I have to.
Huh?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yeah, the ladder.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought
what if
hadn't
you
even
told me the
occurred to you,
reasons?
had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
There is no world outside. There's a void.
Oh,
We went there.
my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been
Spoilers,
so perfect.
dude.
I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly
it.
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, well, you know what I have to do.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
He didn't like that.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Aha. Oh. Well, I can body block the door for a second.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
I want to see if I do this like at
Behave
least 2
exactly
times so I
as
freak
Stanley
out more.
would. That means choosing
Or is it just
responsibly
suicide?
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Okay, I don't think he's gonna freak out
Behave
more.
exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wow, left path, so interesting. I'm enthralled by the storytelling.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
Suspicious.
boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Seems accurate. Good advice. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Crafts about things and money. We have our new product. Slides, charts, charts, and slides. I mean, I imagine this is how businesses work, right? Oh, hell yeah. Let me in. Let me in. How dare you do this to me? This is like the one main thing I remember from the first game. How could you do this? I'm not allowed in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I love the lock doors here. I was wondering if that might be one of those input ones.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this.
Who
until
orchestrated
he saw the
this?
door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115.
Nightshark?
Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He
Sounds
drew
like a
a sharp
superhero.
breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Yeah, Stanley
You didn't
can't
mishear
talk.
me, did you?
You told me to act like
Please
Stanley, but Stanley
speak
doesn't
the code
talk.
into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
I am
he
God.
opened the door on his left.
I have ascended.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Hey, we beat the game. So,
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
and clearly we
Whatever
got the
choice
good
you make is
ending.
just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need
Uh-huh.
this.
The
The
narrator.
story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Hey, we're having a sad moment here.
That's all right.
Don't make me
I'll wait
laugh.
for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Well, sucks to be the narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the monitor? I want to press the button. I got like 2 or 3 out of 4 or 5. I feel like this is gonna be like a secret later on. That something on this monitor is something I type in later, but I can't read it properly.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Yes,
doors,
I know.
he entered the door on his left.
Yes,
Yet there was
business
not a
meetings
single
and
person
nobody
here either. Feeling
Wow.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I can go in the broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around
Let me
and
in
got
this
back on
time.
track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just
looks like the
standing there
nuclear
doing
symbol.
sweet FA.
FA. That's your polite way of saying fuck all.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
I'm
Standing
not
around
ready to
doing
come out
nothing?
the closet.
Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Closet.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
The
I never
closet
would have
is a
thought to
metaphor,
mention it.
obviously.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite."
My
I hope
favourite.
your friends find this concerning.
Hey Havoc, did you get the broom closet ending? The
Stanley
broom
was fat
closet
and ugly
ending
and
was
really,
my
really
favourite.
stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money.
Okay, well, this is
Also,
just
Stanley is addicted to drugs and
Oh,
hookers.
well, I mean, that's understandable, to be honest. That's pretty understandable.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Very.
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Yep, definitely.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities.
Hey, I
It's
don't have
indicative
those.
of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure
I'm
they
not
understand
human.
basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Right. I think I'm ready to come out the closet. I'm gay.
Second player, it's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Are you sure about that?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I found hell. Hi, Lassie? I something this first period and something, you're something. I can't read it, but I can see there's a very cute drawing of an owl on a bike. Thank you, Havoc, thank you.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that.
Yeah, maybe,
And in such a
maybe.
competitive economy, Why had he taken that risk?
Why?
All because he believed everyone had vanished?
No, that doesn't
His
make
boss
sense.
would think he was crazy.
Yeah, it must
And
be
then
crazy.
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he
Maybe.
thought to himself, maybe
I
am
crazy.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
Nope, none at all.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Because I don't have a
Why
fetish.
did doors close automatically behind him
Hey,
wherever
I
he
was
went?
trying to close them.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply
I
repeating?
don't know about this one.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
Am I supposed
And
to
at
walk?
last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Yep, dream.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
Must have
He
fell
thought to
asleep at the
himself,
computer.
I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll
Yep.
have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm
God,
still
really?
lucid.
Like, stop
So,
saying
he
this.
imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh, well, here we go.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun,
pretty.
and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
I don't know, that one seems
Now
pretty
the
normal.
voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up.
Wait, I
he
don't
thought to
sleep.
himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want.
Please, all I want.
I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella. What a nice name.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy.
Very
this much she
crazy.
knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look
Everyone
like.
knows.
And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Seeing a corpse
Then
made
she
you feel
remembered
better.
the
Maybe
meeting
you're
she
not
had
that
scheduled
normal.
for that day.
Maybe you're
the
not that
very
sane.
important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
I don't know, I feel like maybe, you know, you stumble across like a corpse. Maybe you don't get like some weird schadenfreude if you're sane.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
It
He
looks
hoped
pretty
it
much
was.
the same as it was
He
before,
hoped
but
very
I should-
much that it was.
The code's gone.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yep. This didn't have a sign before. Sorry, I need the bathroom now. I don't have a reflection. Actually, nothing does. I think this mirror's broken. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Seems about right. What? The narrator has things to say about when I fall out the map and not when I go to the bath. Fair enough. What's in here? What? Oh. I just noticed what the painting actually is. I saw the panda, I didn't know what the other part was. Well, this is just sad. Jammer. My jam. I'm just imagining someone like the elevator opens and you see someone just like dancing and teabagging to the music. We're just like stuck here forever now. The narrator's not saying anything. This is the longest elevator ride. Oh, no, okay. Interesting. Oh. Okay, but what if I try down? You can hear the narrator underneath the music. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I think this is my stop. Well, that was a vibe. Aha! I found it. The secrets. Bunk. 2 more.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
This
Stanley
isn't the
wondered
same
in
office as
disbelief
last time.
who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from
Is it
him.
Night Shark
And so the
115?
boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
2855.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I think your piano's broken. I've already forgotten what the code was.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
2845.
$2845.
Well, Stanley couldn't possibly know it, and you told me to make Stanley decisions. This is clearly a door. With no handle.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
I
And
don't know if that's
Stanley got the
about
hell along
opening.
with the story. Well,
Oh,
what did
well,
he do?
that's spooky. But what if I didn't? Nope. Nope. Or it's impossible to see in the dark. I wanted to enter the code now that's already open, but I can't see anything. Spooky. Yeah, I have a thing for that. There we go, now we're spooky mode. Oh, wait a second.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley
Down to
realized he
hell.
felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he
Titties.
feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Not titties. Okay, just almost die.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
blinding.
Facility.
Sure.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Well, time to go die.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Every opportunity.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward
Yep.
and willingly confront his death.
Yep. This is true. I forgot my long fall boots. Or not, apparently.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped
Nope.
forever in his narrow vision
No
of
idea.
what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs
Maybe.
from a blind man.
Or what?
So he resigned and
feel
willingly
like that's probably
accepted this
pretty painful.
violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye, world.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Who the heck are you?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as
This is
alive as
true.
ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I don't know, what does the new narrator think they're gonna accomplish?
When every
this is
path you
pretty.
can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered. Make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. Ah, the chase. Very first concrete piece of its design. I do wonder if there's like actual like behind the scenes thing looks at like their planning. Like the little notes they say about them. What did they actually say about this? Is the spooky terminal in here? Oh, buttons. Echoey. Selection of sounds used throughout the game where buttons are pressed. Keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. You can make thirds dance some out of that. You can totally make songs out of these. Not that one. Oh, well, here's the credits. Well, I see things over here, so. The office. Maintenance room. Early version. Ultra Deluxe announcements. Wall. Narrator emails. So the second trailer asked people to email the narrator for questions. Without promotional materials, I never found the perfect use for them. What a selection of ways. Congratulations. Humorously small badger in swim trunks. Oh. Interesting. I don't think that's counting down. Oh, okay. That's how timers work, right? Yeah, this is actually pretty cool. Just looking at all like the behind the scenes stuff. There's a museum in Ratchet and Clank. I've never actually played the game. What's this one? Zending model? What's a Zending? That's definitely Portal. Well, we haven't found the Zending yet, whatever that is. Trailers. 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development. Spirit of the game. An ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Huh. Countdown desk. Monitor room elevator. That's scary. Let's check out the few little bits over here before we go there. Game design mockup. It looks a lot like Portal, which I'm not complaining about. I like Portal. Stanley's office. The evolution over time. Kinda don't like how this section is like, you can go behind that and there's like a little space. I feel like it should have either been flush with the wall or more space, but here they just kind of blocked it up. Lounge, the office. Yeah, we'll just circle back now. Alright, let's get on with the game. Through this way.
Oh,
you're
look
back,
at
are
these
you?
two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
I assume she's talking about me and the narrator.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
But what if I
Stop
don't?
now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you
Ara.
do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Oh, well, I'm dead. Oh, well. Maybe we can,
All of his
find a
co-workers were
computer
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
then. Gotcha,
No
one
matter
left.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Just one more.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet.
Secret?
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Pretty
But
sure.
of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code
That was
by
almost there.
sheer luck.
Sheer
Amazing.
luck. Amazing.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Very scary. Back on the elevator of doom.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, fine.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
What horrible
Did he
secret
have
did this
the
place
strength
hold?
to find out?
Do I have the strength to find out? Just making sure there's no, like, secret monitor.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
528 is weird. Do you remember what, oh, that fired. What Stanley's number was? Another person fired? Well, I can't remember. I want something. It's the 4 ones. Goes up to there. I don't really see a room.
This mind control facility, it was too
Pirate?
horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
What's just that top one? Oh, on the elevator we go.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
Unthinkable.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life
But the real question
utterly
is,
blind
if
to
Stanley
the
was
world?
happy just pressing buttons, does it really matter that he was brainwashed? I mean, if it
But
brought
here
him
was the proof,
happiness.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Plus he's
happy
turned off right
or
now.
sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
5. Something up there. 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think. It's blocked off. How do I get up there then? Nope, can't get up to that. Yeah. Can't press the big red button either.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I mean, you know what I have to do. You put a button turning on the mind control, you know I'm gonna press the button.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Mind control.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
Control
You were
people's
supposed
minds.
to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Oh yeah, that
A
one
moment of
answer.
solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Sounds
Of course,
pretty
that
evil,
was
my
merely
dude.
in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then
I
dying
think one didn't
alone.
count.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of
sounding
everything
kinda
and
evil,
take
my
back the
dude.
control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
Thanks,
Why
man.
not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow
Definitely.
on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you
They're
just
like a
assume when you saw
secret
that
six or
timer
something like
that
that.
something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
On a temperament.
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
5. Okay, I'll press 5.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless.
5.
To see you made humble.
Green? 5
This is
green?
not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine.
Incorrect.
But I'm going to destroy it first, so you
I don't have
can't.
enough time for this.
Take a look at the clock,
Goodbye,
Stanley.
bye.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
Well-
30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately
There's
to
definitely
your frail
something to the
life,
buttons.
or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Well, rip Stanley. There's something with the buttons. It's on the screens, but I don't know. I think I have to press like number
When
plus color.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We'll try that again.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
I
boss's
didn't check
office.
for monitors. Dang it. But this one? No. There wasn't a monitor on here.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
More jammers, let's go.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that
Yep.
read Mind Control Facility.
Let's see if we can get the buttons this time.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
Enormous
television
room.
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought
Gee,
to
I
himself.
wonder.
Did he have the strength to find out?
Could it possibly be a mind control facility?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility,
Yep.
it was too horrible to
Too
believe.
horrible
It
to
couldn't
believe.
be true.
Couldn't
Had
be true.
Stanley really been under someone's control all
Have I
this
really
time?
been under someone's
Was this
control
the
all
only
this time?
reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it.
No.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Never.
It was unthinkable.
Unthinkable.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
even possible?
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Very dramatic.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls
see if
labeled
we
with
can figure it out.
emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
That was my job,
You
right
were
from the start.
supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off
Nah, I
and
don't
leave.
think so.
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do, for example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent. Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Okay, well, I sent a power surge.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're going to die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Dark blue.
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean,
I don't really get it.
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
If I do blue,
these
then
numbered buttons. No,
incorrect.
These colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or
Okay.
this door.
Well,
everything, anything. Something
looks like I
here
have
will
to press the
save
number
me.
first.
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity.
I'll be honest, I have no
Stanley
idea.
died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley
I'm gonna
died
find
again.
the color and the button.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley.
Doesn't
That's
do
30
anything.
seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I don't understand. I press the color. I press the number. If I press the color first, it says no. If I press the number first, it's fine, but it doesn't do anything. I have absolutely no idea how that works.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But I mean, there's gotta be something. I know he's like taunting me, but there has to be something somewhere. Like actually a solution. There's clearly something.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Quelle surprise.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yep. Should have. I have to go through pressing all of these again. Waiting for the thing to come on.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
You're not sure.
For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I doubt it. Sure.
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Yep,
What
lots
other
of
mysteries
questions.
did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized
Is
none
it
of
really
this mattered
sunlight,
to him.
or is it
For
all
it
just
was not
fate?
knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps
weren't
his
you already
goal had
happy
not been to
before-
understand, but to let go.
Leaving? But
No
still he's
longer
happy
would
in his
anyone
ways.
tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Doesn't look much like a dog, but sure.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Wow, what a nice story. Got an achievement for beat the game. But, still back here. Oh, the final one. Let's find out what it does. Boop. Oh no. Boop. There we go. We have ascended. Apparently this is heaven. You can press as many buttons as you want. Is this all there is to heaven? Just endless and endless buttons to press? I mean, even the narrator doesn't seem to be here. They're all turning off now. They turn back on? They do eventually. Well, heaven's kind of boring. Well, that was weird.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Right. What else is there to do? We found heaven. We clicked into the void. We've done broom closet. We did the proper ending. I can't quite figure out the buttons in the nuclear ending. I'm not even sure it actually does something. Oh, hello. Well, that answers my question.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Well, let's find out. New content is spooky, apparently. Yeah, I never found the flaming baby. I don't even know how you get that, but I remember it being a thing.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah, me too. Let's find out.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special
I'm sure
yet,
it'll take
but
us
I'm
to something
sure it's
special.
just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
that's what I was on.
there we
there you
go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Any day now.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
The content. Well, this looks impressive.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
We can jump? We've learned to jump! Hell yeah. Not very high, but we can jump. Woo! Didn't jump in the original. Aww. Well, now I'm depressed. I can't jump. Is that it? I can only jump in there.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else,
I
right?
need to jump outside the circle too.
Goodness. Another elevator.
Maybe
Stanley,
it'll take us to
I
more
have
content.
to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for
I don't know, I
exciting
like
new
the jumping
content?
part.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
That would look pretty good.
I
You
could
could do
count to
that.
30 trillion. You could put
I
that
don't
on
know
the
if you can
box.
count that
The
high.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good.
Very
Yes.
good, very good.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it.
chair?
I'm ready for
I
whatever
can't sit
it
on the
is.
chair. Plan. Wow.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be
Amazing.
kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush
I
a
like
cheap
the jumping.
expansion to market for no reason other than
And I
to
wouldn't
make
say
an
it was
easy
rushed.
dollar. And don't get me started
Yeah,
on
it's
the
been-
level of
it's- yeah,
craftsmanship
it's-
that's gone
it's
into
been
it.
like
In fact,
7
I'm
years.
looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality
wow.
assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them
On Twitter?
personally accountable.
Personally,
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
Definitely.
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together
that
like
does
always.
sound nice.
What do you say, friend?
Friend. Oh? Something's off. Something's not right. That zooms in when I get close to it. Like I'm not that physically close to it, but it like zooms in extra hard on it. Well, that's pretty weird. Look, if I go to like this fence, it doesn't zoom in as much.
Psst! Stanley!
That is
Come
an
over
end.
here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
No. I played Among Us. I know that sucks. Wonder what's over there, sir. Fine. Sussy back on narrator. Boop.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it
I
got
don't
me
know, I
thinking
could
about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
You shouldn't do
So
that.
I made something special
Ooh.
and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Interesting.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
That doesn't seem healthy.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how
2015.
wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back
True.
then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The Last of Us. They just tipped over The Last of Us with Stanley Parable. Good times. My first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Mozilla Firefox. Yeah, even in 2013 that was outdated. Smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. $1. Demonstration. Unachievable. It's like the museum, but for nostalgia. Don't play for 5 years. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Ooh, 50% off a designer hat. Might take them up on that. Stanley Parable deals with the tough choices. Aww. Little Stanley died. Well, that's just sad. Oh, I wanted to sit on the bench. Oh, piano.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
Impressive.
It was literally every game ever created.
Skyrim.
It was Skyrim.
Re-released.
It was Persona 3. It was all of them.
Persona
and now
3 even.
it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless
don't know about
husk
that.
with an hour of new elevator content.
I don't know if it was even an hour, my dude. It was like 5 minutes. I'm wondering what's down here. Maintenance. Locked. Minecraft. That's not the Stanley Parable. Then again, you did just say it's like every game ever made, so maybe it is the Stanley Parable. Person of the Year. And the buttons. Oh. Development. This is pretty cool, actually. Although the doors make me suspicious. 29. I haven't found that either. Did they like cut some things out? Because I haven't found the baby and I haven't found this. Your number is. But maybe I just haven't done the things to find them. Don't remember that at all.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game.
Let's just
9
change
out
that
of
to a
10.
10.
Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
9.
It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
You know, it was there, you're right. It was a beloved video game memory. Oh, that's the serious room. But I can't get in, there's too many boxes. The jump button doesn't work. I like a pop on my way up. Nope, just a glance apparently. That's a shame. Oh, no, okay, well then. Surely they don't want me to go backwards. The door opened. Wait, somewhere. The serious room, 2013. Does it really want me to go backwards?
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Oh.
What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Yeah, but it's not the same as you remember it, right? That's the whole point.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
It's under maintenance.
What's this? What's down here?
Let's find out. The bad part.
Oh
I
no.
assume.
Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Yeah.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
A lot of them. But I'm guessing the bad ones are here. This is
Honestly,
recommended.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny,
Aw.
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more
I don't know,
irritating
I
than
think he's
entertaining.
witty and funny.
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the
Nah,
game is
they
already
don't
such a
sense.
densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Gee, I wonder. Don't let the batteries get to you, man. Let's see. Oh, it's raining. Nice, I like the rain.
Okay, let's see what this one says.
Just don't you recommend
While
it,
the
though?
idea for the
Rainable.
game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
So-and-so.
This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
Terse?
You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't.
Maybe.
Dear, What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These
Yeah.
black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
No one's unimpeachable.
I
Maybe.
feel like a failure.
No,
like I let these
remember
people
there's
down.
good reviews too.
Perhaps the Stanley
bad
Parable
and good.
isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Maybe, but there's good and bad. Don't get hung up on just one of them. I like the squelchy noise. I can squelch the floor. I'm easily entertained.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
That one's kind of true.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
The customer is not always right, despite what people say.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered.
What
No
if I
more
don't want
listening
it?
to me rambling on and on and on. No.
You're currently
The Stanley
rambling, though.
Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
You're
Well, don't
still
sit around
rambling.
waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and
happened to
therefore
your
by
voice?
becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah blah
Not
blah blah blah
preachy
blah
enough,
blah blah
dude.
blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245.
I
But
don't
the
even
logic
make
of
sense.
elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and
you
therefore
just
by becoming it
unbeating
is,
yourself,
so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet.
Okay,
No.
fair enough.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of
A
time for
few
me to
minutes?
deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations
Unnecessary
on the
verbal
nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on.
I did,
you?
didn't I?
But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption,
I
it's
could press
right
it
at your
again now.
fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie
Cookie
9 will
Nine.
say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording.
Part of me wants
perhaps.
to just keep
be
skipping 'cause
honest,
he keeps
I don't
rambling,
even know if one can change
But part of
their
me just
review in
wants
the
to
first
listen to
place.
everything he has to
I
say.
guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works.
Probably.
Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
Yeah, maybe.
Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly
Neil?
run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
Yep,
Yes,
I'm sure
I
Gabe
think
will do
that's
that.
quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused.
Yeah.
Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial.
I feel like that's
something along the
corruption.
lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to
Phoenix of
describe the
quality.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the
You really
lineage
do
of
be
one of the most
rambling a lot.
beloved video game properties
really
of
do
all
like that
time.
rambling.
The additions and changes made to this expansion will
Alright, let's
surely...
skip again.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
That's
That
concerning.
last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know
Yeah,
it's shocking,
that's
isn't it?
fun.
But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we
Yep.
can say goodbye to it.
Definitely
and
doesn't need
wait,
any bug fixes.
how do we get out of here?
Yeah, the door's
Where
gone.
did the door go?
Yeah, I noticed
Wasn't
that
there a
one.
door that led into this room?
Yeah, there was,
I
wasn't
do
there?
feel quite certain that there was one here before. How
Pretty
else
sure,
would
right
we
there.
have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room
I mean,
without
you
a door of
can,
some sort, or a
but-
window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole?
I see a
A
claw.
sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was
I
a
get the
door
feeling you're
here
hinting
before, wasn't
something.
there?
There
I swear
was.
there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a
Sure.
wall?
Bang.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body
bang.
into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at
There,
all.
I'll take him.
I'm
Bang.
asking you to work with me here. We need a door.
We do.
We need a door of some kind.
A door?
I can work with any kind,
Any
of, door,
kind of door.
as long as it can open and lead from one room to another.
A door that does
I'm
door
going
things.
to step away for just a moment.
Just a
and
moment.
I'm going to try to find us a
Okay,
door.
find a door.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall.
There's
but
a bunch
I
of
will
doors in the
find a
museum
way,
that weren't
I
attached to
promise.
it.
You just
Oh, well.
need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button.
Sure,
please,
man.
please, please do not press the skip button.
Okay, I'm just
wait
gonna
here,
circle it.
wait here for me, and don't press the skip button.
Do
Got
not
it?
press it, yes.
Yes,
Just keep going.
good.
Go.
I'll be right back.
Okay, see you in a minute. He'll be back any day now, right? Right? Well, one of these days he'll come back. Any minute now. I don't need to skip until he comes back, right? He'll be back soon. I'll just keep doing circles until he gets back. Or squares, technically. Okay, I'm bored. Let's skip.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been
Well,
12
you had 12
hours.
hours to find a door.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but
Did you
they're
find a
really,
door,
truly
Alex?
getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room.
You didn't find
Stanley,
a door.
the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it
There's
from
a
every
door in
angle.
the
I've checked
museum,
every
Tim.
one
Come on.
of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley.
Yeah,
There's
you were
no
supposed to
door.
get
There's
the
just
door
you
and
the
bring it
button,
here.
and if you keep pressing it,
Door
I have
there.
no idea
Bring
what will happen.
here.
I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here.
There.
And more than anything
Right
else,
there.
I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why
Yeah,
would
I'm
you?
gonna press
I've
the
been
button and
thinking
skip forward
thinking,
like
and I
15
don't know
million
what I can
years
do to
till he
convince you
definitely
otherwise.
the
Oh
universe.
my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
it's
Those
'cause you're
reviews that I
skipping.
couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
Yeah.
Why was it so important for me to
Why
fix the
was it?
problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never
Why
even
get
met
hung up on
Cookie
the
Nine.
negatives
I have
when you
no
have all the
idea
positives?
who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself.
You're
I can't
starting to
stop
get
myself
it,
from
I see.
lashing out with a vengeful fury, to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it
You're
pleases
really
this
starting
one
to get it.
person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve?
Well,
For whose benefit is this?
You know,
And here
you're
I
starting
am
to
now,
understand
stuck in a
Stanley.
room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all
Yep.
alone, and that I have the power to prevent it all from
You
happening.
could delete
if
the
only
button.
I'd held my
You built the
tongue.
button, you could delete the button.
It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone.
When you
Surely
stop
you
talking.
will. I don't doubt it. Surely
Yeah, I'll
you'll
do it
press
when you stop
that
talking.
button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety,
Howls of
that you sit
fitful
with me and
anxiety.
just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God.
Well,
And
here's
it's all
the
because
beginning.
of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just
You
couldn't
didn't even finish
ignore
your
the
sentence.
negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the
Well,
problem?
you've-
Why
you
did
see, you've
Cookie
started
Nine's
looping,
opinion
so
matter
I
so
have to
much to
skip
me?
now.
Oh, Stanley,
That was your own fault.
You're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
The plant died.
Stanley, I think it's been a week.
A week?
Or 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
I've been sitting here all that time,
That's
just
dark.
sitting here, not
There
a
you go.
single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right?
Well, no,
Me
no, no,
talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always?
No.
Doesn't
At
that
least I
feel
move
like
around,
what we've
respond,
already
and
been
make
doing?
choices
Me
and stuff.
just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's
This
what
is
I'm
true.
realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley.
vessel?
Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in.
I mean, that
These
sounds like an
words that I'm
obsession,
saying, I
maybe.
need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real.
But are you real?
Maybe
Am I
I'm not
real?
just a fiction.
What if I'm the
Was I
fiction?
scared of that all along? Perhaps.
Maybe.
Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time.
Maybe.
But if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it.
Perhaps.
I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there,
Just
but I
saying.
know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press
Yeah,
the button
yeah,
for the
I
next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think
I'm
of it. To
gonna
think
press
of
it.
returning to such
I'm gonna press
coldness.
it.
Come. Let us sit in silence
Maybe.
together here for just a moment.
Just a moment.
Let us
Okay.
anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Well, moment's up.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you.
Oh, please
to begin
don't.
with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well.
Oh, probably.
Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
You done? Okay, well, see you in 5 million years. Are you doing the thing where, like, I'm alone in the dark? Make me feel like that? You said last time, decided you're not gonna talk, so I feel alone. Regret. Whatever else you said. Okay, well, I'll just skip another million years. Ow! Stop! Ow! Who? Why? You? Stop! Stop! No! Yeah, skip the noise.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, "He's talking too much," they said. "First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world." As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, "Oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place," while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen.
Well, it
the
didn't.
most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our
really
attention,
going off
turn
about
our
this,
heads
huh?
completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful
Man,
reflection of humanity these
you
entertainments
lose a
are.
door
What a
and you
shameful mirror
lose
to
your
the
whole
human
mind,
spirit
apparently.
they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this.
I don't know,
I'm
you
at
sound
peace
pretty
with
mad,
it.
dude.
I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions
I
hurl
think you're not
themselves. I am
angry,
the
you're just
waypoint for
fucking
reasonable
mental.
and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just
My
jealous of
dude,
me.
you have gone
Yes.
fucking
Yes, of
insane
course.
throughout
They've
however
been
long you've been
jealous of
sat
me
here on
this
your
whole
own.
time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and
Definitely.
cannot help but attempt to tear me down.
Yep.
What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter
you really
resentment.
keep going.
And my,
What?
how
Wow.
good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think,
Free?
to
No.
feel.
So how is being free?
The end is never the end, is never
Never
the end,
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
is never the end, 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 is never the.
This place is surprisingly not getting as disheveled as expected. Well, at least it rains indoors now. That's something I can enjoy. Only the plum was still alive. I could put it in there. Oh, there we go. That's a little better. Amazing how Stanley's body just survives however long has passed. No food, no water. Oh, it's light now. I can see again. This really feels like Portal. What? Portal 2 specifically. Oh, now it really feels like Portal. Oh, isn't this nice? It's like somewhere between Portal 2 and The Last of Us. Very pretty. Nice music. That could be a screensaver. Oh, no, what happened? What happened to my plants? Aww. Back in the dark. With scary ass noises. So while millions of years pass, whole rooms moved, changed. It's an empty, barren desert, and a concrete room, and rocks that haven't floated in properly. Maybe the textures have just deteriorated over time. That's how that works, right? Skip button broken? Skip button broken. Here we are in the empty, barren desert. Nothing but this room and a broken skip button. Is the sun going down? Or am I just seeing things? Did we learn something, chat? Hey, I'm not sure we did.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, good.
Don't mind if I do.
Notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Is it another skip button? Because if it is, I don't want to see it. Oh, are we going to turn or are we going to go this way? Just this way. This looks like the old one.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
It could, yeah.
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I'm not sure that's the case, but sure. Taste the sequel. I know what it tastes like. I wonder what anything tastes like.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I'm not singing that. Huh? Your glass material could use some more. Brain. Is that The Last of Us? Last of Us 2? Yeah, I like the first one.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Okay,
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is
That's
much
not
more
how
of
that
a fuzzy
works at all.
magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I don't know about that. For this dude, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. No torso, no mouth, none of that. What a freaky dude. Scrum. Goo. Huh. Prequel? Who is the sequel to... Oh my god. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, what? Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. The first two I will agree with. Don't know about these. Heard Dark Souls 2 is the worst one. Might be wrong about that, but that's what I've heard. Am I a valued investor? New features. There's a bus. Indoors. Why? None of the elevators work? Nope.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Ooh, big, shiny. Bucket. Merch. Can I have? Office decorations, bucket. That says the name. Player that's playing. Oh! Ooh, very
For the
fancy.
Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Sounds
So with
about
that
right.
in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
I mean, it worked
Isn't
for
that
Fallout 4, right?
wonderful?
Codsworth says the name of your character.
Jim.
Sorry,
Not quite.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the
If
final
Jim
game,
was
this
my
button
name,
will say
that would have been
your
great.
name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really
Okay,
simulate the full
okay,
experience
I'll be
of
Jim.
this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a
I'm
deep breath,
Jim.
clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply
Oh, come
become
on,
a
I was
person
alright,
named
that's
Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as
Jim.
Jim,
Jim
falling in love
things.
and being heartbroken as Jim,
Ah,
seizing
my
all
wife,
the world's
Jim,
possibilities
left me.
as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams
My
crumble
dreams
into dust.
crumbled into dust
Do
of
you feel
becoming
it
the
deeply?
best
Are you
Jim.
really, truly Jim right now?
I'm
If
Jimming.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
All my life has led to this point. I have to hear my name, Jim. It's Jim. Please just say Jim.
Jim.
Wow.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you!
My life's
The
work is
button described
complete.
You. Do it
For
again,
I
do it
am
again.
Jim.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's
Jim
take a break
said-
from
Jim
the Jim
agrees.
button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim.
Too
I'm
much,
putting the Jim button
Jim.
away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you
Jim.
actually are.
Jim.
Well, I got 2 extra gems out of it. Ooh, door. Watch it be locked. Every door's locked. Yep. Well, that was a fun exercise in gym.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2.
You
That
could,
would
but I
actually
might
save
actually,
me the work
um,
of finishing this feature.
Kinda ruin your audience. You know, you'd have a much smaller audience. That seems like it leads somewhere, but I want to see the bucket. Oh, what's back here? No screenshots. Suck my dick. Infinity Hall. Jump circle. Suck my dick twice. I'm gonna keep taking screenshots as long as it
A
tells me
common
not to.
complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in
Engendered.
those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and
Ooh,
your
a
heart.
bucket.
It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest,
Give me the
it's a
bucket.
much more convenient solution for
Give me
me
the bucket.
than actually redesigning the game to be
Bucket,
less
bucket, bucket.
uncomfortable.
Give me the
Can you
bucket.
imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
A pain in the
Yes,
ass. Give me the bucket.
The bucket is the perfect solution.
Yeah,
Come
bucket.
on, give it a try.
Bucket. Bucket. Woo.
Can you feel it?
Yeah.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair,
Bucket.
must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
Ooh, chat.
can I say that
Bucket.
I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma
Ooh,
as well?
charisma.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Well,
The
about
benefits
that.
of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
They do.
All this and more await you in
Hey,
the
you like
Stanley
my bucket?
Parable 2.
Is that a bucket in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Can I take the bucket? I can
Does
take the
anyone give
bucket.
out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a
They
video
should.
game?
It's very
There really
enjoyable.
should be an award if it
They
isn't
really
already.
should. Alright, I like the idea of infinity hole a bit more than office decorations, but let's see.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I like Get Well Someday. I know that one's more colourful, but it's too colourful. This one's like tasteful for the office, you know? Yeah, I'm thinking that one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually
the other
really
one.
wanted all along. Happy
don't
12th
say.
birthday, step-niece it is.
Cool, man. Oh. Pictures. Interesting.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've
made
made
the
my
bucket?
decision. We're moving on.
Achievement, you say? Probably receive achievement. Oh my gosh.
Now, here's
That
something
easy?
special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Wow.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Bang.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
Ah.
Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley,
Not
but I
a wizard,
guarantee it will be
Stanley.
fixed in the sequel.
You're
to
a
at
wizard,
last satisfy
Stanley.
the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will
Make
happen.
it happen now. I paid $20 for this. Make it happen now. I'm an entitled gamer. Do the thing now, not whenever it's ready. No achievement for me. Well, that's disappointing. Time to leave a negative review.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen
Where was
yet?
the infinite hole? You said there was an infinite hole and I haven't. Jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
I don't have any left.
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece,
Can I
then.
have one more jump, Mr. Narrator? Please? Aww. It's okay, I have bucket. Bucket make click-clack noises. Okay, but where's the infinite hole? That infinite hole, and I haven't seen an infinite hole. Unless this is the infinite hole.
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our
Notice if
mistakes.
this is the infinite hole. I mean, kinda. Kinda looks like an infinite hole. Not a very entertaining one, but infinite hole nonetheless. That's a door. That's a bucket. There's a door over there. The button that says gym. You know, that is more accurate. Bucket makes noises. Exit, jump circle, collectibles. Don't mind if I do. Oh, it's dark.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. Could it be? Stanley? After all these years? Okay. Wow. 1 of 6. I only have 1.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
The infinite hole. I found it. It wasn't in there. It was secretly over here. Oh. Interesting, interesting. Huh, really? It just keeps going. No, good to know.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Never.
This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's
Forever?
right. Infinite falling. You can
Do I-
fall until
do I-
the
do
end
I
of
want
time,
to?
if you like. A stunning leap forward for video
Okay,
games.
how do I
is a
get
medium.
out? If I don't want to fall forever and ever, how do I get out? I don't want to go back all the way to the start. Ah, fine.
You see, isn't it wonderful?
We
One
might
of my
be here
more
a while.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue on.
Ah, okay. I'll fall for a bit longer and then I'll press the teleport button.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
I will.
Maybe
Soon.
do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum
Oh,
of
why?
things.
Is it not really infinite? Did you lie to me?
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the
You
infiniteness
lied
of the
to me.
hole.
I
Is it a
knew
very,
it.
very deep hole?
I knew it.
Certainly
You
not.
lied.
It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say
Liar.
that it isn't an astonishingly
Stop lying.
deep
If
hole.
you're
It
lying
is.
right now,
is it
stop.
infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Ah.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so
You
clever.
are, actually.
Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by
You
falling.
said infinite,
What normal
and it
person
wasn't
actually
infinite.
wants to fall
You
infinitely?
lied.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
You're a liar.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I guess it's less of a lie. Isn't it, narrator? Will he say anything if I don't? Alright, fine.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Let me stay at Bucket with me. Bucket makes everything better. We've still got the posters up. Did you change your name over here? Yes. Okay. Fine. Free achievement, collectibles, infinite hope. Mostly infinite hope. Jump circle, this map, free achievement, but this is the name of the person playing. Match settings world champion. Settings? That says exit. No, that's the collectibles. Jump circle is N, which is over there. Which means that's the door. Which means over here. No. That's office decorations. This confuses me. A9 is collectibles. Yeah, it should have been there. Right next to the 3. And B2. Have I been lied to again? Or is it like at the back of the hole? Nope, I've just been lied to. That hurts up there. What do I got up there? Aha! Find things, and there's a door. I was thinking there might be a setting to open the door, but there isn't. At least not that I can see. What's this? Avoid? Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh, is that all you had to say about that? That's disappointing. Well, at least Bucket can make me feel better. Where's the stairs going? Oh, never mind. It's fine. Well, I must say, I'm impressed, but there's not much game. You have things to work on, sir.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Someone left their bag. Who's this? Could it be Stanley? You know what I'm gonna say.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Let's see.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Version 2. Impressive.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Yeah, it's kind of gimmicky.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait. Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
Isn't that just what Ultra Deluxe
with respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I'm looking. Oh. Spooky. I don't have a red light up there. So spooky. Do the settings finally work? Yep. Alright. Let's see.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-ending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Yep.
And Stanley was happy.
But was he really?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation.
Oh, that's
something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oop.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, balloons. Oop, can't go that way now. Okay, but what about this time? No.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him.
Yeah,
begging him
bucket.
to pick it up.
Where is it?
Why was he not doing it?
Bucket. Where bucket? Bucket. 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 I didn't see the bucket.
Picked up the bucket.
Yeah, a bucket. I did not see the bucket. Maybe make that more obvious. Put like sprinkles and a shining spotlight.
Stanley
make a
clutched
sound.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Just
This
like
was
old
not
times,
the
eh?
correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Yeah,
telling him
bucket.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Wow.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes,
Yeah.
Stanley thought to himself.
It
Yes,
truly
perhaps it
was.
truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Very insightful. I love this bucket. This is my new best friend.
No, never
No,
mind.
no, 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 no,
The bucket was wrong.
up.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting
No,
room.
Bucket, I'm sorry. He's locked me out. Dang it. Alright, Bucket, call me over here.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Ahaha, I see things. An event. This doesn't seem very, secure.
You found one of them. One of the miniature
Wow.
Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Bucket. And guide me. If I fall there, will I die? It's a bit lower. Probably. Very dark. Oh, much less dark. Ooh, spooky. Dark? No dark. What's this? In here.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
Feels like I should be in a noir film or something.
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
Bucket.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
A bucket.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
Aww.
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
That's a bucket.
Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Look, I know it's a bucket, but don't fuck it.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This
Sir, I did not like where you're
is
going
my
with that.
golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets
Sir?
out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Narrator? What the hell? What the hell did I just listen to? Well, that was a thing. Give me 2 secs. Alright. Well, I don't know what the hell just happened there, but there's a phone ringing. Other phone? This phone.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar,
Shopping list.
some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything
I don't
that
like
forgot.
coffee.
Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
I don't even eat or drink. But even I know coffee does not taste good. Boop. The bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
And we didn't
Stanley
cross
clutched
the
the bucket
thing,
tightly
so...
to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
No,
was simply
you're wrong.
the
The
place to
bucket is
be.
telling me to go
And here
elsewhere.
it was. Had the bucket turned out
Nope.
to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
No, the bucket's
The
telling me to
bucket
go
was
elsewhere.
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope, bucket tells me to go here.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not
What is a
question
bucket?
why or how this bucket was speaking.
I mean,
to
it's
him.
not as weird
It
as the
should have
Narrator,
alarmed
let's
him,
be
of course,
honest.
because buckets can't talk.
Yeah, but neither can,
Stanley
like,
chose not to
disembodied
think about this
voices
obvious
in, like,
fact.
the sky.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
Maybe
did
I'm just
whatever the
crazy.
bucket asked.
Why not? Boop.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
The bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Okay, bucket.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bucket! Come to me. Let's go, bucket.
The Stanley
Why
Parable
bucket?
Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Where is the
Whatever
bucket?
Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Where did my bucket go? Am I counting in circle? But where's bucket? Bucket! Okay, bucket.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bucket. Back to work.
I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Bucket.
Listen to me.
Bucket.
It's just a bucket.
Bucket.
It can't think. It can't talk. All it would ever
Bucket.
truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different
Isn't it
location.
great,
That's
though?
it. It doesn't do anything else.
Bucket! Don't listen to the loud man. Press G for us to go back home. Let's go, bucket friend.
You see,
Let's
he's
talk.
not listening. He's still
Let's-
taking orders from the
let's talk.
bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Bucket. Bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
It is shiny.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
I like the shiny. Whoa! Bucket! Yeah, of course, Uriel. Let's go home, bucket.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say?
Appealing?
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yeah, bucket's great. Bucket. B
Oh
for
my
bucket.
God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Yeah,
Why do I feel some
bucket.
need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Bucket. Bucket. Go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
Oh.
No, no, no,
What?
no, no,
What
no,
kind
no.
of
What's going on?
feelings?
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has
The
to say.
bucket?
Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
No.
Perhaps if I had the
That's a
bucket,
sexy
this would be
bucket.
less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, bucket. Bedroom bucket? Why? I never guessed you'd be so dirty, bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
What? No.
Give it to me. Give
No.
me the bucket,
I
Stanley.
refuse.
I need it.
No.
Give it to me
No.
now. Give it, or I'll...
No. My bucket. Where is bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
But where's bucket?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where bucket? Where bucket? Where's bucket? Give me bucket. No! How could you? We're about to make sweet, sweet love. Bigger invited somebody in the meeting room. Bucket! Bucket, bucket, bucket,
The
bucket.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley
Yeah,
embraced
bucket.
the bucket.
Woo, bucket. Look, I know it says not to fuck it, but it is a good bucket, let's be honest. I mean, when it's laying on the bed so like seductively
Stanley
like
clutched
that,
the bucket tightly
you
to
know,
his chest.
you kind of have
and
to.
entered the- This was
No,
not the
you
correct way to the
you
meeting
can't say
room.
no to that.
But Stanley
you know,
had
not
felt the
those
bucket
eyes.
calling to him,
right?
telling him that the employee lounge
can't say
was
no to
simply the
those
place
eyes.
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to
No,
be
no, no,
correct?
bucket
Was
wants
this
me to
no?
go here again.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket wasn't wrong, but it's
Stanley
always
took the
right.
door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Instead of that, how about, right? Go on the left.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go
What
to
a
the
son
meeting
and
room.
master.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something
Can
up
you?
there I need you to do.
What happens
Stanley
if I
did
jump
not
off and try to
question
get
why
to
or
that
how
door?
this bucket was
Or
speaking
that
to him.
door?
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
wanna
But
try
Stanley
one
chose
thing, but then
not
I
to
wanna
think
try
about this
this.
obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had
Maybe
spoken
that's
to
how
him,
it's
and
supposed to
he
go to bar.
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Okay, bucket. Wow.
Now pick up the phone.
No.
Said the bucket. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
You don't speak for bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy
Or
that
is
one can
there?
watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look. As I spin around the table.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Oh,
Let's
well, that's
dive
good.
deeper.
Glad it.
If
glad
you've
it
ever
covered.
told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than
I don't know
76
about that.
degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Oh, I'm not doing that.
These
I'm
are
not
the
there.
optimal conditions for good
no,
comedic
no.
timing. To begin the joke, Start by stating and spelling your name.
Sherry.
Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh.
You must
and then
laugh now.
Spell out your name a second time. With these steps
Sherry.
complete, it's time to begin the humor.
S-H-E-R-R-Y.
Speak the
Laugh,
entire
bitch.
joke in no more than 18 seconds
Laugh.
and no less than 13
You're
and a half.
supposed to laugh.
Pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, I'm Dunny, with the funny. Let's practice screaming, I'm Dunny with the funny
I
now.
think I nailed it. Yeah, I think I nailed it. I nailed it. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys.
Oh, surveys.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the
How
joke
good was it?
is the only way to grow
How
or
much did
learn
you
as a
laugh?
comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long
This one's
and
50
should include
pages.
the same question reprinted several times, just
tell
to
me.
ensure the survey taker is actually
How-
paying
how
attention
good is
and
it?
not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all
Pay
there
attention,
is.
Dad.
With these strategies at your disposal,
attention.
you'll have audiences doubled over
pull
in
this out
laughter
again.
and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all,
Gut-busting little
we're
scamp.
each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles.
I can fight.
All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble
I can
cause,
fight.
just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Godspeed.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no
just a
matter.
little.
I think the fundamentals of proper
I'm
comedic
Dunny
timing
with the
are
fun.
still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors
Sure.
and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic
Yeah,
delivery.
let's go.
Come along,
Let's go.
let's head back.
Let's see what you learned. Spiky. Ah, the safety railing's here now. And the platform
I can
is...
feel it. This time,
unobtainable.
I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now?
Who knows?
Well, I
dude,
wouldn't be the
honestly.
king of comedy, that's for sure.
That's definitely sure, yeah.
The
you won't be
bucket
the king of
spoke to
comedy.
Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink
You should start with
things.
saying your name and spelling it, remember? That's what they told us. In the instructional video. And don't forget that I'm Danny with the funny part. I mean, that's very important.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay. This doesn't seem correct.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Yeah,
There was
this is
supposed to be a
pretty weird.
build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land.
You didn't
Not
say
the
your
way it was
name
meant
and
to.
spell it like
And
you're
it's
supposed
all
to.
my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What
Yeah,
an egregious
that's not-
mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing.
No.
I'm not even
You're
the
peasant
lowliest
to
joke-telling
commentate.
whelp. I
Comedy.
think I need to go back and rewatch that
you can watch it
instructional
without me.
video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Do we find the skip button again?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
You're supposed to say your name, but you watched it twice and then got that.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay.
Here we go. You ready?
Fine.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Up. Here goes again.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
I think you just don't know how to pay attention. It clearly said, say your name, spell it out, tell them when to laugh, say I'm done here with the funny at the top of your voice, don't forget to put your arm in the air, and then you give them a survey.
All of
It's
his
not my fault you
co-workers
can't
were
follow
gone.
instructions.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, I know I love Bucket, but I want to see if I can get to that platform without Bucket. I don't know what's with all
When
this.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe. Wow, great.
The lounge was
Anyway,
grand,
continue.
majestic, perhaps too majestic.
Different
Like a
wording.
combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable.
You
And he
don't
started
say.
to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
Well, that was
But
fucking
eager
weird.
to
And
get
also, I
back
don't
to
bleed,
business,
so
Stanley took the first open
luck
door
with
on
that.
his left.
I suppose it is just
Stanley was so
magic,
bad at following
small
directions,
marker.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
There it is. This. I want to go on
Look, Stanley, I
this.
think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
No.
I'm
I
not
have a
your
plan.
enemy,
I
really,
have a
I'm not.
plan.
I realize that
Relax,
investing your
man.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but
all
you
according
all
to
this
plan.
time. There's
We just
someone you've
jump
been
off.
neglecting, Stanley. Someone you
Here.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
Danger.
that
Danger
convinced that I want something
everywhere.
bad to happen to you?
No, I
Why,
just wanna see
I
what
don't know
this
how to
is.
convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
No,
Look,
I wanna
let me
go- I
prove
wanna
it.
go here.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I want to see what's here.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes,
No.
I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
The rain. What did they say? Red door? Blue door? I don't remember. I'm going to blue one.
Perhaps you misunderstood.
Oh,
Stanley
close.
walked through the red door.
Right, blue one. Gotcha.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly
Sneaky
what's
bit.
out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
Is it a
don't
brick
let
wall?
me stop you.
It's a void.
You see?
Oh.
There's nothing here.
More than
I
a
haven't
void.
even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Oh god, you're
Broken
not getting
rooms,
it
exposed
clips.
developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a
You
lot of
didn't even
time
write
into
the
that?
story to
Because
go
I
this
did.
direction.
And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work
I
with
want
me.
my
You've given me
jumps.
absolutely nothing so far.
I want my jumps.
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we
I
go.
want my
A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay. There wasn't a middle dot, alright.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I like choices.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you.
Yeah,
If I can
speak it
be honest
out.
here,
Choices.
I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling.
Yeah.
Here, based on
More
the data
choices.
from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Sure, man. Oh,
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again,
Good.
honest answers, please.
no. 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 Oh. Narrator, a little help. I'm stuck. Like walk through the wall. No, just fully stuck. Just like full stuck. Narrator. Narrator. Okay, well, this is great. I don't want to begin the entire game again. Fine. Soft locked by a broken door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set
Oh,
of
come
two
on, I
open
have to do
doors,
all
this
that
was
again.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
No, I
admire
just want to
it.
get back to the choices.
And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, it really is.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot
We're
here.
doing great.
I'm
we
not
just,
your enemy,
I
really,
got
I'm
stuck.
not. I realize that investing in
Nah,
your
to the
trust in
scam.
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's
That's great.
someone
Anyway,
you've been
I'm
neglecting,
trying to...
Stanley. Someone you forgot.
Bonk.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Let's do the thing again.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you.
We go
to show you
again.
something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red
Blue
door.
door. Through the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I
Blue
still
door.
don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley, walk. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. Yeah. There we go. A third option.
I'm not going
this already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stan. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version.
Less good.
Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Yeah. Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
But I like the idea. It's
of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion,
It's soft lock,
maybe. Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes?
It's soft lock me. Come on, I like the idea, but it's soft lock me.
Based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Don't go through the soft lock door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Hate it, actually.
Hey,
really
I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
Let's go.
Let me boot it up.
Sure, man.
In this game, the baby crawls left
Here it is.
towards
I found it.
danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Kill the baby. Yeah. Burn.
Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience.
No
for me.
babies.
I'm not even going to try.
Make it a puppy and now press
I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Come on. Firewatch, I love this.
Fascinating.
I want to play this on stream sometime.
Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
But
it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from
protect
up
people
high in
from
your
fires and look out for the
perhaps
fires.
for some sort of twisted
And we
erotic
talk to a
purpose.
woman from like across the way
that must
on
be
the
it.
radio.
What a fascinating
also,
venture into the
like a
experience
fire
of
ranger.
total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley.
Yeah,
and it
I love
seems
this
there's
game
even
too.
more.
Look at the art.
Come,
It's so
let's
nice.
venture outward and see what else is out there.
This game's so good. I need to play this game on stream. I really need to play this. I wonder how much this Firewatch's players have like increased because this game has a cameo. I wonder how many people have gone like, oh yeah, I need to play Firewatch. I definitely want to play it on a variety day. It's on my list. Maybe next variety day.
Oh no.
That would be nice.
No, it can't be.
No, this game's gorgeous, dude.
It is.
You
It's an
imported like a whole
open
section
world
of this
game.
game?
Good God, quickly block it off.
No.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
It's not even that
You really
open
wandered off
world.
into
You have to wander
that
to like specific
thing,
places.
That
It's
big,
very linear.
open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions,
wrong, it's
no
not even
path to
open
follow. You
world.
can just go in any.
That's not even true.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided
What a
it.
hole.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
No, we're not.
Okay, I'm
Let's
going to
not
get us
look at
out of
this
here.
game.
Let's
We're in the
find
woods.
another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Sure, man. Did they like own Firewatch? Did they make
I think
Firewatch as
this
well
will
as Stanley
be
Parable?
just
Is it
the
the same
thing.
studio? How do they have the rights to put this? Okay, they definitely didn't make Rocket
Wonderful.
League.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
How do you
There isn't
keep
any
importing
possibility
all of,
that
like,
you could get lost
various
here.
games?
Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get
How are
lost
you
in this
just
game, I
yoinking
will
that
be
game?
phenomenally impressed.
Sure, man. I'll go walk into the goal.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's
We hit a ball around with cars.
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Yeah,
Stanley, I
sports
think
ball.
it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We
I'm
shall
not a
run
big
the
sports
bases
ball
and do a
fan.
touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must.
I wanna go
Okay,
middle.
Stanley, here's the ball.
I'm the
Have
ball.
fun.
I'm the ball. Oh, and faster. Oh, I can sprint.
Hold on.
Void.
What are you doing?
I didn't get to play with the ball. But I did get to find the void. I kind of wish I
don't do
just
that.
played
I
with the ball.
can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Oh, well, I'm
How
stuck.
will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, he's gone. Well, he fucking died. Whenever I look, it's like I just fall out of the world. Oh, time to fall. Well, I spun my face in that way, so I'm gonna look behind me. Ah, nothing. Ooh, a light. Spooky. Ah. Ah, nothing. I can't interact with anything. Okay. Back this way.
I wonder what he found.
Yeah, me too.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now.
Maybe.
I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
How soon?
I can wait.
I can't. Should I do this? Oh, okay. We're back.
All of his co-workers were gone.
The only other
What
thing
could
I
it
can
mean?
think of is to go
Stanley
to
decided to go to the meeting room.
the red
Perhaps
door
he had
or go
simply
through all
missed a
the
memo.
games again. But I'm taking Bucket with me this time to see if anything's different.
Warmth spread through Stanley's
That's a
arms.
person.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No,
And here it
we're
was.
gonna go through the
Had
red
the bucket
door.
turned out to be correct? Was
We
this
could either
no...
go through the red
Never
door or
mind.
do
bucket
the
was
games and
wrong.
actually try and play the game.
Stanley took the door on his
See if he
left
takes me to
to
any
go
other
back
game
to the meeting
cameos.
room.
No,
Said
But it
the
might
bucket.
just be a dead end.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift.
I wonder
Yeah,
if he'll say
good,
anything different
said
about
the
me having the
bucket.
bucket with me.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of
questioning.
course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose
This one
not to
can.
think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
He's not saying anything about me dropping down. There might not be bucket dialogue here.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay
I
to bring
didn't
the
see the
bucket
sign.
here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think
This
we
is
have to do
bucket.
something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
This bucket.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Is this a bucket? Am I inside a bucket?
Now
This
then,
seems like a bucket.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay,
Simply
I'm
enough,
good
right?
at this.
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Nervous. Oof, bucket. Okay.
Item 1.
Okay, I know that
Is
one. That one's
this
a bucket.
bucket?
That one's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Okay, that looks like a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure I'll get the next one.
Item 3.
Okay,
Is this a bucket?
That one definitely looks like a bucket.
Correct. This is
I
a
was right,
bucket.
that's a bucket. Okay.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
That is a funny looking bucket, but I do think it's a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
No,
It's an
it's a
enormous
bucket.
machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on
No,
earth did you
but
manage to screw it up?
buckets do-
Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Seems like a bucket to me.
Is this a bucket?
And the other one wasn't a bucket, so clearly this one has to be a bucket, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
This is
see,
a
that's the bucket. And yet, can't trick.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No, that one's not a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
No, that's it. That's not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait,
Well-
when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything
Yeah,
is a bucket,
yeah,
which of
everything's
course
a
is
bucket?
not true.
Oh, okay, everything's
Is
a
that what
bucket.
you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No, there's that one thing that wasn't a bucket. Yeah, everything's a bucket. The universe is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective.
Yeah,
What is a
we're in a
bucket?
big
What isn't a
bucket.
bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Yeah, now you
Do
got it.
any of us know what a bucket is?
Are you a
And
bucket?
I, a
I think
bucket.
the universe is a bucket. It's all
Stanley,
one
I
big
can't
bucket.
keep doing this. I'm
You are a
losing myself,
bucket.
and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
No.
But I'm going to erase all buckets from
No.
the game
No,
entirely.
no.
Okay.
That's
Here
illegal.
we go.
No. Not my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Bucket.
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was
Everything's
everything
a
a bucket?
bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
You killed my
How
bucket.
could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
Yes, you are.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Oh,
This is
I'm not
wonderful
I'm
news.
not a bucket?
We're not buckets.
Oh.
Yes, I actually
Aw.
feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And
Okay.
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you
Yeah.
run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Okay.
Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Yeah, that
All
would
right,
really mess
here
them
we
up.
go.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Red
it
door.
mean?
No
Stanley
bucket.
decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay,
When
we go
Stanley
through the
came to a
right
set
door.
of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
No,
perfectly
I think
well.
it is.
Perhaps
We
he
go
wanted
through
to
the
stop
right
by the
door.
employee lounge first, just to
Then
admire
through
it.
the employee lounge.
It was okay.
Skip through the. It's okay. Yeah, it's not great.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley
Go
took
through
the first
here.
open door on his left.
Still don't think I've ever gone through that door. Go
Stanley
here.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Go
ago.
back here.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want
Yes.
something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want
Oh,
to
wow,
help
there
you,
is a
to
sign
show
saying
you
no
something
buckets.
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
The red door. Got it.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of
No,
us always
it's great.
trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I
don't
want
see
it to
that.
stop. We would both be so much happier if
disagree.
we just stopped.
No.
And I think I
Is
have
this
a
getting
solution.
smaller?
Here, let me show you.
Oh, right. Alright, fine. Jeez.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Good question. Oh, I was supposed to be going. If I fall off, I can't. Fair enough.
Here.
Space.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh, there's more colors. It's like when you squish your eyes. I may not have worded that very well. Does it keep doing things? Maybe. Oh, it's red now. Okay, it's still doing things. Oh, they make yellow when they overlap. They just keep doing things forever? Starting to seem like it. But what if I'm wrong? What if it does what if it does have an ending? Look, it stopped. It does. What will it do next? Who can say? Oh, the stars are gone. Aww. Oh, nope, they're back. I think this is where it loops. Okay, that's enough happiness for you.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Everything gets,
Oh no.
worse in...
Stay away from those
Too much
stairs.
of anything.
If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Well, I don't know if I want to reset, but...
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh, I have
Please,
nothing.
Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Okay, bye. I'll go back down, Debated, I'm gonna jump. Yeet!
No! Oh, thank God. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Yeet.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? Yes, perhaps you can.
Yeah,
Perhaps you finally
go.
see what I'm talking about.
Wow. Here, have one last look at it.
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Wow. Alright, well, I think that's your last look. That's all you got.
No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
No.
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
No.
You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
That part
Am I
maybe.
reading the situation correctly?
Possibly. Whee! Bonk!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
Too much
Well,
of a good
this
thing and
one
all
is
that.
yours.
Too much of a good thing and all that.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after.
Oh.
Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Yeah. Alright, well, there's probably more collectibles around. I do want to see if there's any more game cameos, if I don't jump into the void.
When Stanley came to a set
If
of
there's
two
much
open
else.
doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
Also
by the
happened
employee
through
lounge
the
first,
left door.
just to admire it. It was okay.
Yeah, it was okay. We're depressed now.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Come on,
now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Sure, man.
There we go.
Okay.
A third option.
I'm not going to do
this
that because
already
it's
feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley.
Bullshitting.
Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Why's the carpet make weird noises now?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Not really.
Again, honest answers, please.
Honest answers.
Hey,
Not
I
really.
nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I just don't
Let me boot it up.
Baby.
In
No
this
babies,
game,
thank you.
the baby crawls
Yeah,
left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Yep. Really annoying noise. And then.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
The first
Because
one.
if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
Okay, let's play
Thank
the
you
other
for
people's
playing.
games. Let's
Your
go
input
play
was extremely
Firewatch then.
valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
We can do that.
Let's see. What do we have here?
Firewatch, Rocket League. I want to see if there's anything else.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, I love this game.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Where's my photo?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
No.
Yes, that must be it.
No.
What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's
not
even
at
more.
all.
Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay, he's gonna be all open world, no, walls, hate that, bad, terrible, you don't know what you did.
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
There he goes.
Thank goodness, Stanley.
Let me
What
head
a
over
close
to Rocket
call.
League.
You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any. Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
Out of the woods.
Okay,
You know, this game
I'm going to
reminds
get
me
us
of,
out of here. Let's
I know
find
it's
another
a
game.
game.
Preferably something with
music
walls.
and
Something with
styles
nice,
that
big,
speak in the-
insurmountable
I'm
walls.
sorry.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Just the thing. Yep, Rocket League.
Wonderful.
But I want to see if
this
there's
is
anything
exactly
else
what I had in
that
mind.
like that.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here.
Well,
now
I already
this
did.
is game design.
But I want to see if
Stanley,
there's
if you
anything
manage to get
else.
lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I found a way, but I want to see if you have any other games.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what
Sports
fun.
ball.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Okay, give me the ball. Ooh, massive ball. Oh, wow, that really is big. That is a huge ball. Bonk.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it
Sure,
better than
man.
my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball
Sportsologist?
generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple
Let's
balls
not put it
makes
that
for
way.
an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes
Euphoric.
another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley,
not
I'm
sure,
like a
like,
child
you
in a
couldn't
confectionery
know
shop.
balls.
I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Bonk. This guy really loves his balls. Bonk. Na bonk.
Are you enjoying
Na
this,
bonk.
Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're
Just
having
missing
a
the
good time, because
cars,
guess
but-
what? It's over.
Oh.
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You
But
get to have
why?
fun when I let you, Stanley.
Well, that's
Besides,
just
you
rude.
need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows?
Why would you
You're
do
an
this?
inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Well, that's just rude. Whoop. Time to eat myself. Let's go down the red side. Yee.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Okay, so I just
Stanley,
back
don't
here
do that.
then.
I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Oh, bye.
How will you write a story without me? You...
Well, we got more Rocket League. We got to play with the balls, and he got really weird about them. Wow, computers that don't do anything.
I wonder what he found.
Yeah, me too.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Well, I think we've seen most of the content. There might be a few secrets left, but we've seen pretty much everything. And I've been streaming for a bit over 4 hours. Like 4 hours and 10 minutes. So I think I'm gonna call it there. Hello. I am existing here now. So that was a fun game. I enjoyed it. I think there's still some things I didn't see, but I don't really know what they are or how to get to them. I never figured out the nuke. The nuke, I didn't figure out the color buttons and the number buttons. But I mean, I think we've got enough that I don't really need to do another playthrough. I think we've got just about everything. There's a few secrets, but you can play the game and find them for yourself. And I would recommend doing so. So that's all from me. And I will see you on Saturday for the Sea of Thieves Community Day. Bye-bye.